Hello, hello. I'm now on. Let's see if... Okay, this is working fine. Let's see. I don't think I got anyone on Twitch chat right now. And... YouTube chat, that's the thing I need to work on. There we go. We can adjust that. Len, thank you for being here so early in the morning. Still technically morning. I need to adjust that window, I think. There you go, that's better. It's not sticking out. You seen Jazz's video on AI? The long one he did some time ago. I think so. Yeah. I did. Yeah, I remember him. I remember agreeing with him a lot of his points, and I always do appreciate someone who can be honest about like, hey, I had like high hopes for this thing and gave it a try, but then I saw that it has much more of a, you know, bad effect on things. Being super vague here. Christ. Yeah, I meant that video. Okay, yeah. The one where he attacked Shadowversity? Wait, is it the same one? The I was wrong about AI? Because I'm pretty sure I watched that one. I need to put in the timer. Is browser one? Yeah, here we go. Timer, there you go. I should probably change the text on this thing. Just as a brother of Shadiversity, the guy who complained about Peach's pants and Mario being a punching bag. It's funny how you can be siblings and both be YouTubers and yet take so drastic of turns. Because I feel like Jajo's content, like I don't follow it much at all, but it always seemed like a really like chill, positive environment, and then have a brother that's making like being super negative. Yeah, I got a Pomodoro timer. Although actually, it's not really a Pomodoro. Now that I think about it, it's kind of long. But this is a working stream, which means I need to be focused. Oh, Jazza cut ties with him, like totally. Damn. Well, I mean, when it seems like you're very just like at the core opposed in beliefs like that, I imagine it's hard to like keep a functioning relationship. Okay. And then we can go here and then refresh. That's weird. Oh, there you go. Save settings. There we go. Okay. Weijan's been hopping up all over TikTok. I don't follow TikTok. I mean, part of me is like, maybe I should just start putting videos up there because I know artists on there have to kind of figure out a way with like I mean, TikTok started doing like static stuff too, where I think you can like scroll carousels like you can on Instagram. Even though I don't use Instagram much. I mean, every once in a while I'm like, maybe I should go back to Instagram, and then I'm like, nah. Yeah, I don't. I just barely took the post. Yeah, I think I'm good. Oh, I'm sorry. I realized that my songs were not playing. My tunes. There we go. Easy time. Almost animations. Hello, hello. When it's back, what do you mean? Where did it go? All right. So, before I find myself chatting and yapping away again, today is a day one of my work-a-thon. Basically, I want to try to get as much work as I can done this week on a new video, and actually I'll be traveling after on the Saturday to go to a family's place, and so I'll be off. I won't be able to touch like my main computer stuff for a while. So if I can get as much work as I can done right this week, I should be on a very good track to post something in early June. I'll say early June. That said, I'm kind of starting from scratch in terms of writing, because I have like a lot of my research materials ready. That's about it. Anyway, you will be able to see me work in real time, like literally, on a new video. So hopefully I can get like a good draft of this writing done today, clean it up, do a bunch of gathering materials, like resources and stuff, like for the video, images, and planning that out. As I also maybe do some editing, like cleaning up the text, and then ideally I can just like start putting stuff together in the video. Oh wait, I gotta record stuff too. Oh, that's off camera. Anyway, before I go into focus mode, let's see what I'm talking about. Len, went back on the App Store. Oh, it was off the App Store. I didn't know that. Oh, Yumikani, welcome, welcome. You're doing well. By the way, someone found an editor in Corpus Party 1 and 2. Not anyone can make custom campaigns. Oh, cool. The Corpus Party modding community is going nuts over this. All right. So let me go ahead and restart that timer. And feel free to keep chatting and stuff, but I will most of the time keep my eye away from chat except for every once in a while. And unless I say something, I'm gonna keep my mic on mute. So that's what I'm gonna do now. John, welcome, welcome. I'm doing fine. I am starting my writing process right now. So, oh, actually, I forgot to make a post about this on both YouTube and Blue Sky. So let me do that first. One more time we're talking about the forbidden spell of ADHD productivity. You gotta do what you gotta do. I don't know if the baby I'm hearing right now is upstairs or across the hall. Mela, welcome, welcome. Congrats on the double stream. I'm heading to sleep, but happy to see you had it. Yeah, I hope you have a good night. Good sleep. Chances are I might actually be still streaming when you wake up, depending on his schedule. What am I trying to do? Where's the... Oh. And then we got make the Twitch link. Oh, the instructions on the yeah, corpse buddy thing. I saw that. Internet archive. We go folder called temp and open the X file. I'll stop to say hello, Milo, if you're on. Yeah, Milo, hello. Always like a Milo, hello. Let's see. What am I doing? What am I doing? Work-a-thon day 1 is on. I'm writing the script for my next bit on stream. Not so much talking. Ideally. Okay. And then go live. And then ideally until probably 5 hours? Okay. It's nice you didn't start with a Cloud with ChatGPT window. Yeah. Nah, I'm not doing that. I'll take the strategy wiki. See y'all. Oh, Flat! I saw you saying hi. Hi, 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 hi. Konnichiwa. Why did you come up in stream chat? What did it? Alright. This here. I heard that recently developers using Claude Code kept noticing Claude telling them to go to sleep and get some rest if it saw them up at 1 a.m. Someone on the corpse party discovered the editor itself. It's discovered the editor icons during digging 1 and 2 files. Alright, I'm gonna go into focus mode. Hi, Anna, welcome, welcome. Glad you can make it, and good luck on Deadlock. Give your sanity. Hopefully, you get a good team. And Veymoth, welcome, welcome. Be productive, be productive, be productive. How's the chill stream going? Be productive, be productive. I'm gonna get something done today. Because if I don't, and I don't get anything done while I'm live in front of people, that would be a little embarrassing. Quick Christmas, Christmas or whatever his last name is spelled, became right-wing grifter who was he up for the fight because like Match D and Chris. Okay, I'm just gonna like ignore the kind of drama stuff you're bringing up, Lan, just because I don't think I have time for that right now. Hurry up and wait activity. Oh, should I do that? I guess like painting your nails would be a good just chatting kind of stream. Oh, Ekbar, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing good. Got a mug of coffee with me. And as you can see, I'm making... I don't think this is even the skeleton. This is like... I'm making a little template that says the skull goes here, the ribs go here. I'm going on a date with a hot orthopedic surgeon resident in 5 hours. I have an excuse to do this instead of more productive stuff. Nice! Wait, hope you have fun on the day. I imagine since it's Memorial Day, you're doing something fun. Maybe going to an event. I'm doing movie night tonight. With the boyfriend later. I just like how a vast majority of a YouTube chat is just Clippies rise up. Maybe a weird question, but what's the black thing near the floor right now? That's American Power socket. Oh no, that is my mobile battery that I just have been like stuck on the back of me for a while now. I should probably take that with me on my next flight. Apparently airlines are getting a lot more strict about, and even hotels too, about like power batteries, like mobile batteries like that, because there must be like multiple instances of those things just exploding or warming up and catching on fire lately. But this one's kind of expensive, so I'm hoping that it doesn't do that. I mean, I'm a little bit paranoid. I'm gonna go take it out. It's been in the socket for a while now. As long as it's below the maximum wattage, you should be fine. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Like, it should be like fine in terms of. I mean, it's made to be a mobile battery, so it shouldn't be anything extreme. Modern batteries can't really overcharge like they used to in the 90s. Yeah, I feel like my parents like taught me they could overcharge, and that's just stuck with me. To be fair, those things are incredibly dangerous when they combust. A battery quarter that sense can fill an entire hotel room in sub 20 seconds. Oh, geez. Okay. What? This is not Bossa Nova. There you go, that's better. They refuse to turn on battery saver and their phones to stop charging past 80%. But I'm not sure why you don't just pop up in my YouTube chat. And cheap ones tend to end up in the thermal runway due to bad design of overcharge protection. If you search puncture battery on YouTube, you'll find plenty of examples. Nah, instead of doing that, I'm gonna go back to those like, can you microwave this YouTube videos from, I swear, 15 years ago at this point. Teslas combust with a magical flame that is somehow immune to water and there is everywhere, so I'm pretty sure that little pocket ones are much more well regulated. Alright. Okay, focus time. Time B convinced a bunch of people on Facebook, Twitter to put their iPhone 4s on microwave to charge. Those are much simpler times. My mic's picking up that thumping sound, isn't it? Jesus. We need to tell our neighbors to do something about that. Amaris, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. I'll be a little more chatty in like 25 minutes. Oh, in the meantime, have you and BF settled on which pet you want to get? I don't think I'm gonna get a pet here. Like, so to update you guys on like my living situation is I think we're gonna stay here for the end of our lease for this place, but we don't know. We probably won't extend it. So, and boyfriend and I are both pretty, I guess, not careful about the idea of like if we're gonna get a pet, we want the pet to feel safe in like their environment and have like stability there. And so I don't think this is like a great time to get a pet. Oh, buddy, I want a cat so much. own a kitty so much after, especially after seeing my parents' new cats. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Cat's so coated. Oh, yeah, you got a cat too? He's a right goober. It's so weird. They're so curious and careful sometimes, and then they just like jump on the weirdest things. Every time I get a new paper bag, I like have it laying on the floor open so my mom's cats could go in them. His name is Jasper. I got his paper cut off and he responded by pissing and shitting all over my bed. You know what? I kind of don't blame Jasper. I don't know if you're settled on staying in the US, but have you considered a fish tank? It's a fun hobby and why you can't hug them. They are fun to watch swim about. I used to have a lot fish when I was a kid. I wouldn't be against that too much. And like, I guess like maybe there's like that one-time investment of getting like the tank and the filters and whatnot that are a bit pricey. But like compared to some other pets, it's not too bad. Why not a desktop pet? I do have a Tamagotchi. I should probably start playing. Minefield jumped in my dresser, fell in the unused litter box, scampered away in shame, and then slinked back into the litter box to take the most human-sounding horrifying crap in front of me and my friend. It's so stinky. Oh, Hussy dude, welcome, welcome. Working hard on that next vid. Trying to. I'm kind of stuck in that part where like I'm starting a new project and like I technically have a whole bunch of things I want to say about this thing, but then I see, but then when it comes to like actually organizing my points in a way that like flows into each other, I start like just drooling. So right now I'm just kind of trying to summarize a bunch of things I see like on Wikipedia or the articles I'm going off of, and maybe from there as I'm thinking about things, I'll do a little write-up about some points. But hopefully like by Wednesday, the things I'm doing on screen will be more fun. I wish I could help you. Actually, I was very good at writing when I went through high school and college. Yes, I did all my writing before ChatGPT was a real thing. Thank goodness. Sometimes it's good to find points you want and find good ways to segue between them as you go. Yeah, I think usually my way of like writing is a mix of just bullet points of things I want to say, just writing a paragraph on that, and then if things go well, by the time I finish that like point, I have a good idea of how I want to segue into the next thing. It was like I can see a good connection. But right now I feel like I have like just scattering a bunch of puzzle pieces and I'm trying to collect the edge pieces. Ever tried outlining an Excel or a flowchart that helps me visually organize before starting to type massive stuff? All that really matters is thinking of the best way to get your point across and without wasting yours or the viewer's time. By the way, it also gives it flow. Right now I'm getting shit on the game. No! You weren't blessed with good teammates. That bit of a puzzle piece is a mood. I feel like any point of creation, whether it be like writing, even an essay or art, it's parts of it that are like kind of straightforward but doesn't use your brain too much, or uses your brain a little too much, and then it gets a little hard, and then you just like keep on kind of ping-ponging, and then hopefully the time in between that does feel good but not boring stays. Anyway, I mean, I technically have like a Milanote page up with like my sources, although actually I don't have that really organized as much as I want it to be. Oh, there's another point. Why it's important. Or why this is a big deal. Response from other authors, other mangaka. I tried starting my own company last year. It went horribly. I kept thinking of ideas but never executed very well on them. Really? Well, you took a big step though. I would get up, do something, and the next day forget about it and do something else. Yeah. I feel like I do that a lot too, especially, actually a lot of things. Like, I'm kind of juggling streaming and trying to make YouTube videos and trying to draw more at the same time. And although you can find ways to like connect them more, I guess it's a weird combination of like my mind trying to separate them as separate things, and not actually planning to put them together when that is possible. Like, this is an attempt of doing that right now, actually. Like, I'm streaming the process of me making a video, so I feel like I'm online somehow, and that time that people don't see me working on a thing doesn't feel like a waste. Even though, I actually am doing things. And also, me trying to do this like week-long work-a-thon thing is kind of setting boundaries of saying, hey, you will focus on this thing for multiple days instead of, flippantly switching tasks just because I'm like, I don't feel like it. Even when I'm saying all this, I don't think I'm good at it either. It must be a muscle that you gotta work on. And I feel like I'm using baby weights right now. I just burned myself out hard, scope went too big, and then beat myself up for not being able to achieve what takes companies years in a week. Yeah, no, that happens. Maybe when I return to it, I'll try your technique of streaming it. Yeah, I actually think streaming is a great way of staying focused. Like it honestly, even if you have 0 viewers, the fact that you have a camera on and that you are being recorded, I know it sounds like very high stakes and kind of scary when you when I put it that way. But knowing that like the having a little bit more proof for yourself that you did invest so much time on a thing, I think gives you a little more confidence that, hey, I can put effort into this thing. Give you a realistic scope of how much you can do in a certain amount of time. And then there's also that like body doubling co-working effect of if other people are watching me or are working at the same time, then you just tend to focus a little bit more. You don't feel as alone. And even if I'm just like essentially talking to myself on camera, I feel like streaming does almost give me that like little bits of time in between work where I'm socializing or just kind of giving myself little breaks. At least that's what I say to myself. At the moment, I'm just focusing on self-care and therapy to deal with some core issues before returning into something like that with a clear slate. Yeah, no, working on yourself is, of course, good too. Like, wait, like you can always like even you know, obviously take care of yourself first. Your body and your mind are the most important. But you can also think of it as making sure you yourself are doing well is like the first step into securing some kind of success in whatever you want to achieve next. Because as long as you're not dead, you can keep trying. As long as you got a mind and body that can start doing things, you can always start over. Yes, sir. Ooh, anyway, let me try to focus for like the next 5 minutes, and hopefully I can get a little bit of something done. I'll take a short break and also like get more coffee or something. Okay, 5分頑張るぞ。Dating tip for straight went with no words, just wear nail polish. Honestly, yeah. It's always a little nice surprise. It's 2 times the effect on bisexual women. I feel like the more colors and textures you can put on a man, the more attractive they become to bisexual women. Me showing up to a mixer with a single low-quality cuff to my wrist years ago. Everyone's gotta go through like a little bit of something to find their style and know what works. Oh, I mean, like me thinking back to like how I dressed in high school. I don't think it was too bad, but there's like little elements of like chunibyo edginess that I see in it that I'm like, never again. Dating to introverted men. It's just fine to be single and by yourself. How many men I've just seen become desperate when they could be just happy and single. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, being secure in yourself is also hot. So, in a sense, prioritizing your happiness as a single person makes you a better dating candidate. Not Extedious, hello, hello. Hope you don't feel too singled out when having E2 chat and Twitch chat separated. It's better to have lived in been cringe than never live at all. Yeah, no, I think I felt pretty fine in the way I dressed back then. I watched Japananalysis' latest video, The Great Japanese Piracy Crash Out of 2026, where he explained why Japanese people hate piracy and pirates, and I gotta say, I still don't fully get it. You know why? I should watch that. Okay, I'm gonna put it on a 10-minute timer for yapping. Maybe I can put in text. It goes against the ancient Japanese tradition of intellectual property. I mean, I feel like a lot of it is that, yeah. Avoid bring your hopes and dreams. Together we will find everything that we're looking for. One Piece. Oh, Nades, welcome, welcome. It's been a while since it was last year. Main difference is I graduated now. Congratulations! Oh yeah, it's graduation season. Hope your graduation, if you had a ceremony, went well. congrats. Whether you have a next job lined up or you're just gonna take some time to chill, you have some great things coming up. At least I'm hoping. I'll happily pirate if buying isn't owning, then pirating isn't stealing. If it's fair price and service, then I purchase it. Buy Steam games, I don't care about pirating other forms of media since there isn't any good means of actually owning said content and viewing it offline. Yeah. Wait, why is multi-chat working here? ちょっと待って、I need to do a little bit of debugging. Go to my dashboard. Yeah. Overlays. I think this is the one I want. I actually don't know how to fix it, so I'm not gonna try. Get back to chat. Let's see. The creator is not the corpus, yeah. Let's see. What did I miss? This is some real shit in that video, like getting sued for uploading gameplay videos. Yeah, like Let's Plays were like super like antagonized for a while. Oh no, I asked my sister if she wanted to say something since you're streaming, so that she likes to maintain an air of mystery. Honestly, keep giving me like little tidbits of her, and then I'll like make a weird little image of her in my mind. I think that means we're both looking forward to the video. Good luck on your work. Thank you. An artist. I'm gonna take a gap year and I think do some volunteering outcomes. I've been working on my first one ever these last few days, and it's been such a treat. Oh, nice! Oh, you should send me your like com link, or like if you have stuff, because I don't know. I guess I was thinking like another thing I could do on stream is I know I have a little bit of fan art of like Yagino from people. I'd love to have a little thing there, and then maybe even like a little corner that says like these artists are looking for comms. I don't know, have like a little advertising spot maybe. Because I do like it when people, like when like creators have like little spotlight sections. Whoever who you graduated, go ahead and take a gap year. The more job market is horrible right now. Save their sanity. Yeah, wakaru. Should really try Yagino. I'll take fan art. Wait, I need it. I got a separate yap timer, which is actually 4 minutes. Right now. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the piracy thing, that's what I want to go to. something I'm gonna kind of touch on in this video too, but I feel like Japanese culture, or Japanese consumer culture, actually places a lot more respect and allows more authority on, like, not just creators, but like publishers and corporations. I think the way they, like, Japanese people look at companies is a bit different from, like, maybe especially nowadays, the American attitude of corporations are evil and they're always screwing over the actual people who work or create the thing. And we shouldn't care about the harm that could do, or actions as consumers could do to the company. From what I can tell, they haven't exploited the Japanese populace quite as much as the Western populace. I think, yeah, there must be a bit of that. I think you should switch yap time to yam time and show Google results for yams. I could have a yam cam. Maybe I can just slap one from Google Images. What are yams? Oh, potatoes that aren't the, like golden potatoes and yeah. Yeah, I think sweet potatoes would be yams. I actually, what are the difference between yams and potatoes? Yam, potato, difference. Apparently looking at the taxonomy kind of does thing, gives you a good idea. Technically no, although in stores they sell them under both names. Yeah. Like, even yams is differences. Like the really starchy Japanese mountain yams. They look like nothing like yeah. Sweet potatoes. Naga emo, so. Naga emo, jaga emo, daigaku emo. That's a sweet. I don't know if I actually read something or this is some kind of Japanese meme or something, but I swear there was an instance in like a BL manga or doujinshi where the characters use this stuff as lube. which is a terrible idea because once this stuff like starts drying on your skin, it gets itchy. I mean, I guess it's sticky and it's slimy. Ah. That's basically glue. I mean, I guess it's... This is clothes after use. Yeah, there's ground yam. Honey's another one that tends to be I've seen used more than once. Yeah, I was trying to see if I can find a list of bad yaoi lube alternatives, but I'm not finding it. Fucking bees! No, not the bees! Not the bees! Alright, I'm gonna go get more coffee and use the restroom. I'll be right back. and back. All right. See. We're talking about the. Do I still have the Mahjong game? No, actually, I don't. I don't think I downloaded the strip Mahjong game. I got the. I had the Eva card games. That was like Texas Hold'em and Solitaire. Oh, we should listen to the "O Come Sweet Death" on the Eva Mahjong games, not the Mahjong game, the card games. Let me put that on, and then I can get back to work again. Oh, it's 6 minutes long. That's right. I think this is the best and worst version of the song. Yeah, so while you're playing Solitaire and this game, this song just keeps looping over and over and over. Do 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 do. Suicide Solitaire ass game. Wee. The little wee squeaking sound is doing so much for me. JSB, welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's a MIDI. I can't wait until you guys get to hear the MIDI claps that come in at the end of this. You haven't heard the version by Buff Coral? I guess not. I mean, I remember I listened to the bike horn version quite a bit in my Tumblr days. Reminds me of Vine Sauce and MP3 MIDI videos. The one with the shirtless guy dancing in front of a mirror while singing, Jesus. Goddamn MIDI clap. Am I having flashbacks? Yeah, I kinda am. I did end up playing that solitaire game for a couple hours, actually. Cause I like solitaire. Like, wait, how much longer do we have in this? There's still like a minute and a half of this left. Well, that was that. There we go. Oh, this is much better. Windows XP having no games of Minesweeper as Solitaire and Pinball. Oh, I had live top chat on. No wonder I wasn't just seeing flat. What a shame, what a shame. Oh. Okay. Time to reset the timer. All right. Gonna be muting.
Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor, deixa que hoje eu sei ter calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso chamar pra tu sair de casa, mas você só continua com essa enrolação. Já cansei de te chamar pra tu sair de casa, você só continua com essa enrolação. Eu já limpei e arrumei o que você pediu, enquanto você tinha outra coisa que arrumar. E mesmo assim te esperando você não saiu. Falou que falta eu botar água pra esquentar. Eu já cansei de te chamar pra tu sair de casa, mas você só continua com essa enrolação. Eu já cansei de te chamar pra tu sair de casa, mas você só continua
Alright. Break time. Oh. Let's see. I need some lunch in me. So I'm gonna go get some lunch. I'm just gonna make a yogurt bowl for myself. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go ahead and hide my face cam real quick. Okay. Be right back. See ya. I'm back. And then actually let me get some Japanese news on the screen because I'm gonna be eating. Japanese news, English. Let's do Nippon TV. I think I have more interesting stuff. Yeah, I'm back. Let's see. Crimes by loosely organized crime groups are on the rise across Japan. Take a look at that then. There we go. Load. It's looking okay. Sound play? Is this a sound play? No, 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 no. Yes, it does. Okay. Lower that a little bit.
This is Tokyo's Shinjuku ward.
Lower that a
パ
bit.
トカーは覆面合わせて、3台ぐらいですかね。
あ、感じかな ?OK。
警察の方もいて、でなんか揉めてるっていうかなんかいろいろあった感じかなと思います。
Police arrested 2 men on the suspicion of preparing to carry out a robbery. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department believes the suspects are part of a loosely organized crime group in which participants are usually not fixed and operate anonymously. The police had received
I talked
a tip
about that
the
in my host club
possibility of a
video.
robbery targeting gold bars.
情報を受けて付近を警戒していたところ、こちらの事務所付近で不審な動きがあったということです。
On the morning of May 21st, 8 men arrived in 2 rental cars. Officers saw 6 men going in and out of the office and acting suspiciously. 2 of them had batons in their hands. In addition to the 2 arrested men, police are interviewing 4 individuals, including minors. Police prevented this robbery from taking place. But similar incidents are occurring in other parts of Japan as well. In March and April, a store in Tokyo's Shinjuku ward that buys high-end liquor was targeted in attempted theft and robbery incidents. A car believed to have been used in these incidents was spotted near the scene of the robbery murder case in Tochigi Prefecture. The black van was captured on nearby security cameras. Police suspect the perpetrators used it to conduct reconnaissance and make preparations before carrying out the robbery on May 14th. That was the day when a 69-year-old woman was killed at her home in Kaminokawa, Tochigi Prefecture. Police have arrested 4 16-year-old high school students who were allegedly in charge of carrying out the robbery and a married couple believed to have directed them. 3 days after the incident, investigators located the female suspect at a hotel in Yokohama, along with her 7-month-old daughter.
Wow.
Investigative sources said the hotel reservation was made under a third party's name. The husband was apprehended separately at Haneda Airport in Tokyo. The sources said he was likely planning to flee to another country after transiting through South Korea. The 4 boys tasked with carrying out the robbery went to the targeted house by car. After the crime, 2 of the teenagers got in the car and fled. Of the remaining 2, one was found by police about an hour later, not far from the house. Sources said the other 3 were later found in their respective home areas in Kanagawa Prefecture, with one of them tracked down at a restaurant where he was working part-time. As the boys appeared to have returned to their everyday lives after the robbery murder, they may not have received instructions on what to do after the incident. On May 21st, police searched the couple's apartment. The suspects are said to have lived here with their infant daughter. Were the 3 of them together on the day of the robbery murder incident? Police are continuing efforts to uncover the full details of the incident. After about 3 hours, investigators left the apartment with boxes of confiscated items.
Yeah, I talked about this in my host club video. I'm guessing it's the couple that planned the thing. I just tried to find some like random teenagers really online to do the whole thing with them. Wild. Mm. Price is soy chicken swapped out. No, not the chicken.
During the Golden Week holiday, one of the classic travel companions in Japan is
ゴールデンウィーク、駅弁を買う方でしょうか。お店の前、賑わっています。
the station bento sold by Yokohama-based Kyoken. In addition to its signature shumai bento, the Yokohama fried rice, which comes with chicken and chili sauce, has also been a long-selling favorite for more than half a century. But now, that Yokohama fried rice is set to change for the first time in 20 years, since 2006.
鶏肉のチリソースが小エビのチリソースに変わるんです。あ、そうなんですね。今日買っといたらよかったな。
On the left is the before version, and on the right is the updated Yokohama fried rice bento. Starting June 1st, chicken and chili sauce will become shrimp and chili sauce. At the same time, the shrimp topping on the fried rice will also be removed.
So they're just taking away the chicken and then moving
The
the
reason is soaring chicken prices.
moving the shrimp into the chili sauce section.
鳥のインフルエンザがあったりですとか、世界的な需要を踏まえてですね、少し上がってきております。チリソースが食べたいがゆえにこのお弁当を選んでらしたというお客様もいらっしゃるにはいらっしゃるんですけど、お客様には申し訳ないんですけれども、ご理解いただければと思っております。
In order to keep the price unchanged at 890 yen, the company says it had little choice but to change the menu.
You can change the
エ
prices.
ビになっちゃうな、鳥かエビどっちがいい？鳥。ほら鳥。よかったな。これ最後の鳥やって。今日の夜管理します。鳥を。
Chicken prices have continued to rise, with wholesale prices for chicken thighs in Tokyo climbing by nearly 100 yen per kilogram over the past year. The impact is spreading to neighborhood restaurants as well.
That ain't chicken.
At Y Base in Tokyo's student district of Takadanobaba, harami steak is the signature dish. A more affordable chicken steak had also been one of the restaurant's popular menu items. However,
半年前に比べるとやっぱり倍以上の価格の違いは出てきてますね。
chicken became too expensive to source, forcing the restaurant to stop selling chicken steak last month.
Wow. Just stop it.
How did customer react after hearing the reason for the change?
鶏肉が高いっていうニュースでちょっと聞いて。
なるほど。鶏肉食べれないんだとは思いました。
Replacing the chicken steak is keema curry made with a mixture of beef and pork.
あ、これも良さそう。
The price remains the same at 1,200 yen. But perhaps because the menu item is so different, some regular customers have stopped coming.
な
チキン好きな方でやっぱりチキンを毎回ご注文いただくお客様もいましたけど、そういうお客様はやっぱりもう今足が遠のいて最近は見かけなくなりましたので、来ていただけなくなるっていう悲しさはありましたけども。
Chicken is disappearing from restaurant menus, and supermarkets are seeing changes too.
Fries and rice is a good point.
こちらの豚バラの薄切り肉。
Fries are aside.
こちらのシールを貼らせて
You put it on top of rice.
こちらを固めていただいて、唐揚げっていうのをちょっとこう販売を強化していこうかなと。まだ豚肉の方が安価なっていうところがまだちょっとあるので。
あ、そうなんだ。
They're promoting fried pork as an alternative to chicken karaage. Egg prices have also hit a record high at this store, reaching 323 yen.
I'm talking about the chicken shortage.
Chicken and eggs becoming more expensive, changes are also appearing on family dinner tables.
唐揚げとかはもも肉から胸肉に変えたりとか、胸肉の方がやっぱ若干安いので、卵はやっぱりタンパク源なので買わざるを得ないか ぱ安売りしてたらちょっと多めに買ったりしてます。
On recipe video sites, searches for recipes that can be made without eggs are also gaining popularity.
I don't eat pork. How hard would it be in Japan? I wouldn't. I think just being avoiding one type of meat is doable in Japan. If you're like a vegetarian or vegan, it can be pretty hard. You live in the US or you're Japan? I live in the US right now. I'm in the East Coast.
Searches for Tanindon have been trending upward recently. Recipes for Tanindon made with egg and pork have been saved more than 30,000 times. Chicken has long been known as an affordable staple for ordinary households.
Economic crisis ruined the Work-a-thon. I can't believe it.
On the dinner table less and less.
Garlic fries with the rice. You're right. Do I? Good question. Which do I prefer?
Today's point of
There's a lot of ease in living in Japan, at least especially in the like more metropolitan areas, maybe. Like the average quality of life is better in Japan. The thing is though, even I don't know, I keep jumping back and forth about this because on one hand, the Japanese yen is so low right now, and it really feels foolish to move to Japan and get paid in yen instead of dollars in the US. On the other hand, everything's so expensive in the US. So I'm like, maybe it just kind of balances out. Do Japanese people really don't consider them religious, but they attend every religious festival, go to shrines, practice Buddhism, but say we are not really religious? Yeah, yeah, I kind of talked about this in my Dandadan video. That I would say maybe Japan is more spiritual and not religious, because I think to a lot of Japanese people, religion has more of this like almost maybe possibly like restricting practices and like really almost like very firm ideas of what is good or bad or what should be done. I don't think a lot of Japanese people think about that too much. And so those practices like going to festivals and shrines, having like Buddhist style funerals and stuff, I feel like that's more of like tradition of my family has done it this way, we're going to continue to do it this way, my peers do it this way. And then also like a lot of community events just being tied into like I guess religious background, but a lot of people kind of don't think about it as like doing it for the gods of or something, but more YOLO kind of, yeah, kind of honestly. And then about more of like you go to a festival for a certain regional holiday celebration, but really everyone kind of uses it as a reason to get come together. It's sort of kind of like maybe I feel like a lot of people in the US, you know, celebrate Christmas not so much to celebrate like the birth of Jesus Christ and stuff, but as a reason to meet up with family, you know. And even if you're not a Christian, you still do that. So I feel like the vibes are kind of similar, but just like spread out on everything. And then but like the beliefs in like maybe more supernatural things like ghosts or like good luck in paying visits to shrines and stuff. Um yeah, I guess feel like that's also kind of like a YOLO kind of thing. Happy holidays as to say it. Yeah. And I think hmm. I feel like it's also another thing. It's the thing. Those kinds of things are like just going through the motions of like going to a shrine that's in the mountains, surrounded by trees, and seeing a big shrine, um, doing the ritual of going up to the shrine, ringing the bell, clapping your hands, bowing, putting in the coin. Um, I think, to put it simply, I think it feels good. I think it makes it feel like something's happening. And it's like, what's. Might as well do it. There's gotta be a more elegant way for me to explain this, and maybe I actually did in that video. But I think all those things actually are not that intertwined with like your this info shouldn't be gatekept in Dandadan video. I think these kinds of things, a lot of people just don't like label it religious. It's just like part of life. Anyway, let me see. Bustling auction, Japanese secondhand. Let's do this.
Today's feature is an inside look at the thriving scene of a bustling secondhand auction.
I'm gonna study a CS Masters in Texas. I wonder if you have a degree. I have a degree in linguistics, which I think it's kind of related to the stuff I do. Oh, I did linguistics so I can become a translator, and I still do translate. But I kind of want to pivot from that because I don't think the translation industry is really looking that hot, especially with AI these days.
Auction.
เท่าไหร่นะ4 ล้านเยนถึง8 ล้านเยนต่อ
The venue is filled with foreign buyers seeking Japanese used goods. We went behind the scenes to investigate. At a secondhand store in Osaka City, Saitama Prefecture.
こちらでリサイクルの家具家電を販売しております。
With the start of the new season, many customers come to buy TVs and sofas. We spoke to a couple starting their new life together this spring.
家電家具を新しく買うとなると結構かかっちゃうんで、可能な限り抑えたいかなっていう。
The couple found a dining table set for 18,000 yen.
少し前に調べて
When they checked the price for a brand new version,
That's like a little over $1,000. No, not $1,000, $100.
割と安く買えるのはいいですね。
As inflation and rising rents continue, secondhand goods are gaining significant attention.
今年はちょっと物が足りなくなるっていうことが多くて、業者間オークションに仕入れに行ってます。
An interdealer auction is a bidding arena open only to professional dealers. What kind of place is it? We visited a warehouse in Higashimatsuyama City to see for ourselves. A fierce battle unfolds to secure used goods at low prices. At this auction, items are listed by junk removal companies and other sellers. An auctioneer sets a minimum starting price, and second-hand dealers place their bids. Foreign buyers are a prominent presence here. On this day, they accounted for 30% of the participants. In the air conditioner section,
24年のですかね。あ、1万8000円。2万同じ。22。3。23。235。4。2万4000円で218。
the Chinese buyer won the bid at 24,000 yen. The Japanese buyer who lost out remarked,
でも最近は特に外国人の人が強いですよ。それこそうちのお店で売ろうかなっていう値段で買っていく人もいるぐらいすごく高騰してます。
The items up for bid vary wildly, from tool sets bundled with used mops to assortments of broken music players. Then, something unexpected appeared. A massive quantity of TV and air conditioner remotes were on offer.
Just a bunch of remotes?
A set of 4 boxes was bought by a Chinese buyer for 8,000 yen. But why so many remotes?
因为是日本的机器空调啊，因为在全世界都有，你说它通用的。
Among the most popular items for foreign buyers,
have you ever done a fan translation or game manga? I used to translate JoJo's Bizarre Adventure doujinshis for a little bit when I was on Tumblr. And then I think before that, I translated a couple of chapters for the Gregory Horror Show manga. I was on the Gregory Horror Show like forums like 15 years ago for some reason. and it was they were doing like someone had manga and provided us like terrible scans. But I did like a bunch of cleaning and translations on that. Let's see. I saw a new controversy brewing. The One Punch Man's illustrator says somewhere under a tweet that something of a Pakistani immigrants in UK. Ooh, really? Murata, why do you have to say that? I might have to. I'll look into that. But... I would kind of understand if he's talking about like immigrants in Japan, because I mean that makes sense. But why is he talking about what's happening in the UK? Did you ever fan sub anime? Have I ever fan subbed? I swear I fan subbed something, possibly. But I don't think I have. If I have, I think it's maybe gag manga beauty related, but otherwise I don't think I have. Yeah, I think the most like fan translation stuff I've done is doujinshis and the Great Great Horror Show manga. I don't think we finished doing that either. Okay, let me go back to this video. I tried doing it and sharing it with friends. They posted it with anime online. Cops got involved. Scary times. Eee. Yeah, no. I know they crack down on like anime trans uploads a lot more than like manga. So I think it has to do with how like TV studios, which anime productions are under, have a lot more power than like publishers. I think the kind of hierarchy is something like um TV studios, TV broadcasting stations and stuff. They have the anime production. And I don't know if like publishing is like underneath anime production, but I think they are. Maybe not directly under like connected, but compared to that, like anime production, publishing is pretty low in power. And then, you know, within the publishing house, the authors are, you know, technically like employees of the publishing house, so they're like kind of, you know, under whatever a big publishing decides to do. So I'm guessing with that, they crackdowns on manga is not as high of a priority. I thought they uploaded the subtitle file and they did it while they were in UK without a VPN. I was in India and not much of an issue for me because even cops were used to using cracked Adobe Acrobat. That is scary though. They weren't very smart about it. I see.
A bulk lot of kitchen goods weighing 249 kilograms. While fryers are visible in the front, it's impossible to tell what's buried in the back. Even so,
35,000、38,000、4万円、42,000、6万円、65000、65000、65000、312。
the Pakistani buyer who won the bid said,
日本のものはいいですけど、すぐ買わないね。違う国は新品でも大体同じぐらい。
these items will be exported to Asia and the Middle East.
And my area police basically run pirate sites. Do they run it? And like not just allow it? Is this gambling? I mean, possibly. If you think like Amazon loot boxes, basically. Pakistani dude has better pitch accent than me. He was speaking pretty well, yeah.
At this auction, foreign buyers won over 60% of the 1,000 items listed. A buyer from Thailand was particularly active.
My cheek covers. Oh, this is a beautiful cupboard.
4 ล้านเยนถึง 8 ล้านเยนต่อ
Ooh.
We visited her warehouse to see her purchases. Almost everything visible on the screen was won by this woman.
Wow.
She runs a Japanese secondhand specialty store in Thailand. In Thailand, where a boom in Japanese secondhand goods is in full swing, her shop is a scene of chaos.
Whoa.
This footage shows customers literally running into the store the moment it opens.
And this isn't Black Friday?
Every new shipment triggers a scramble.
น่ารักมากแล้วก็สไตล์มันจะแบบคิกคูอโนเนแล้วก็มีอะไรแปลกใหม่อยู่ตลอดเวลาค่ะ
The items are packed into containers for export. To maximize space, stuffed
These people need to
animals are
chill.
crammed into every available gap between the furniture. These items will be on shelves in Thailand in 1 month.
Is good still carry that kawaii charm?
Why are Japanese secondhand goods so sought after abroad?
日本人が使ってたとか、日本で流通していたとか、信頼性が高くて注目もされているんだなっていうのは肌で感じています。価値あるものとして海外でつなげるってことができればいいなと思っています。
What's that?
高くて注目もされているんだなっていうのは肌で感じています。価値ある。
Is this little cutout of a random idol also on sale? I mean, I guess whatever you can put a price on. Okay. I'm gonna put my dishes in the wash and then I should get the dishwasher. No, I should get the washing machine started. Okay. After that, I'll go continue with my work today. Imagine body pillow on sale. I don't want to imagine that. Like that mystery bag of like stuffed animals, like right in the middle is a big body pillow. I'll be right back. What's new video working on? I'm working on a video focusing on the Shogakukan Manga 1 scandal that happened in February this year. I know part of it is, and part of me is like, it's kind of late for it, isn't it? But honestly, if things do happen, the investigation that they set out to do, I think, in March might see results. But I think also, if I'm talking about this story, which includes, talk about like sexual assault of a minor, I feel like a little more comfortable talking about it, like, past its kind of peak of interest, because I always want to have like a little bit more care in talking about these topics, and so I wouldn't feel comfortable talking about this like immediately as it happened and news is just coming out. And I also feel like I have more of an idea of what I want to talk about with this. To summarize it real quick, the takeaway feeling I take away from this story is that the illusion of, like, I guess, trust we could have had for this publishing company is really damaged now. And I think that's actually pretty sad. I'm almost like mourning it, in the sense that especially with like online harassment campaigns and stuff happening more, you need to be gentle when discussing such things. Yeah, definitely, right? So, where'd that go? So, what was I gonna say? Yeah, when there's like online harassment of like creators these days, and the fact that like I see people, like authors online, get like harassed sometimes online, and they aren't protected, but this guy who has been literally convicted with a crime, and then it's not even a case of like, oh, they didn't know this guy did it in the past. It's no, it happened while this author was working for this company, working under this publisher, and then they stopped the serialization of this series, and then like 2 months later, immediately started working on a new series, and so and so it's like the bar is so low for like how you can like I feel like what a publishing house should want. And yet that kind of like expectation is just broken with this. I still don't get the idol 恋愛禁止. Oh, the new no, the no romance idols shouldn't be falling in love and in relationship things. Yeah. I don't know if it's as widely applied to male idols. So there's a lot of like a bit of double standard hypocrisy there. I think it just kind of boils down to like especially for female idols, the business is to have the audience think this person is their girlfriend, and the idea that they could be in love and they could be having adult relations with other people is, I guess, like hurts that side of the business. And so yeah, so and I feel like that idea is so foreign to a lot of people, like outside of Japan, because it just sounds icky, you know. Like I feel like a lot of other cultures would just like already draw the line of like it's weird to have this kind of parasocial relationship with a woman you don't know, um, but that's so much more normalized in Japan. We wouldn't have it rough even in first world countries. Yeah, I feel like the across like the difference between like East Asia and like other country like Western countries are a bit different though. Like I feel like there's this weird, almost slight encouragement in and being the glorification of like the idol industry that in Japan, and I'm gonna assume a bit in Korea too, of selling your femininity like that is almost like really like a public good. Like it's a commendable thing to do. um like a lot of people say in Japan of like the idols, they give like motivation and cheer up people, their fans. While I feel like I'm talking from like an American perspective, if um a woman wants to show like basically sell their femininity, sex appeal, I feel like it's usually framed as like the most positive is like it's a girl boss, get that bag, you deserve it, queen, slay kind of thing, and more like individual, and then like sometimes more selfish. It's how it's looked. And so there's like very like kind of a almost a balance of like publicly not very celebrated, if that makes sense. Yeah, the idol industry thrives on parasocial relationships. Yeah, it does. It just plainly does. when I was a kid, I used to think, what if the villain won? And now I see the world and think, I guess they did. They finance these sites by running ads of illegal gambling platform connected to places. It seems like mutual benefit, but I use the word run because they could shut them down anytime. Oh, okay. So that's how the police run the piracy sites. I see. Okay. They get in on the business basically. Okay, let's see. Me. Oh yeah, let me clean up my dishes and I'll get started on the next Pomodoro. I'll be right back. spilled some crumbs. Let's see. Fun fact, piracy doesn't really affect any of its main victims that much, and many companies, Netflix, Disney, etc., use what's popular on piracy sites to estimate earnings if they were to offer it legal. But it does affect small content creators a lot. Also, game pirators tend to buy more games illegally than the average consumer. Yeah, like, yeah, I imagine it's just like a bunch of the people pirating games are gamers. That makes sense. Best case scenario is when those creators were hired by to localize by the companies holding a license. Yeah, like sometimes you see fan translations that are pretty decent. I'm actually just like so you Zoe, your point about like piracy affecting like the company not affecting companies and stuff. Sometimes I imagine with like big companies like that, Netflix and Disney, and when we're talking about like um more mediums like video games and TV and movies. I can see that sort of thing having, I guess, like maybe more widespread. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Okay, going back. I am wondering if these Japanese publishers, in the grand scheme of piracy and stuff, are they affected more than like the types of businesses you brought up, like Netflix and Disney? Because from what I know about manga publication and stuff, the reception authors get like on their social media, the kind of like fan mail or fan response they get through like magazine surveys and stuff, and then I think the biggest thing is their sales of the tankobon, the like individual issues of like the books they publish, or what determines how long their series is going to last. And so I'm wondering, like, in that case, if we're talking about like the piracy of at least manga, I think there might be a case to say that like it does hurt the creators quite a lot. Or even though they're like technically under like a big publisher, the way they have to like they make money or prove their worth to the company is through ways of like consumers acquiring their content in legal ways. Yeah, OG creators do get hurt definitely. I was educated thanks to piracy. Couldn't afford books. Education is way too. I was educated thanks to piracy, right? I couldn't afford books. Education is way too expensive here in India, even before college. Just like coaching industry that prepares students for university entrance exams have an annual 7 billion USD market. Yeah, and that's just scratching the surface, right? Yeah. No, yeah, like yeah, piracy, especially if we're talking about like legitimate resources, like education textbooks, honestly, even stuff like being able to use a cracked version of an Adobe product, I feel like it can easily go and become like a class issue. It boils down to the people lack of buying power. Yeah, yeah. gonna start playing music again. Line there. Something like this? Yeah, something like this. The context I'm speaking of, as in how big corps get affected by piracy of anime, series, games, etc., that they shut down because it hurts them, doesn't actually lose any money for people. Already. Yeah, I feel like I sort of just don't know what goes into like big exact decision-making powers when it comes to like what do they license, what do they not, what gets a second season, what doesn't. Yeah. It just feels like a lot of things just don't make sense sometimes. I guess they measure performance, views, and social media coverage. I guess. Maybe I'm just not paying attention enough, because in my mind it's like, I guess if you can get like a TikTok dance or trend off of your IP, then that's a definite get a sequel, get another season kind of thing. But there's also definitely cases where like, was that one DC movie? Was Morpheus? Yeah. Where there is like a trend, a social media trend that actually doesn't translate into real life interest. Or I guess more like profitable interest. Is Chiba Tetsuya still alive? The creator of Ashita no Joe. Oh, he actually is. What the hell? He's 87 years old? That's nuts. Okay. Time to work. Timer. We're gonna refresh. Let's go. Ding 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 ding. 50 minutes up. Oh. How y'all doing? Like the message of the YouTube box, guard your privacy reminds me of the days before social media when anonymity was a norm and you were warned about strangers online. I know, right? Don't give out your social security number. Don't tell me the city that you live in. You doing good, Zoe? Good to hear. It's already 3:30? 야바. I don't know how much I've been actually getting done. But what if the city has a funny name? Then maybe it's worth it for the little chuckle. Oh. City, I'm not even sharing which country I live in unless I must. Europe is specific enough for me. Honestly, yeah, just say Europe. I just say East Coast most of the time too. Ooh. I think I'm gonna switch over to just doodling a little bit for like half an hour. Because I feel like my writing brain is kind of right now. Let's do no cover page. 24 pages? Probably 24 pages. No, maybe 32. Is it left binding or right binding I'm on? I think it's right binding. So from left. Are the templates here? There is templates. Oh. I'm discovering new things I can do with Clip Studio. What the heck? I think it comes with all the. Oh, my computer's thinking. Wait, let me change the main thing to Clip Studio. There we go. Whoa. Got it a little bit. There we go. Oh, awesome, okay. Yeah, I just figured out how to add templates to like a batch of pages. Okay, why I'm doing this? So I think what I'm gonna do during this break time I set for myself, I'm going to get some pages for this comic project I'm working on. Ready. Which actually means I need to get my iPad out. But I want to talk about the template I actually have here. Let's see. I got it from the Clip Studio asset store, but it's actually pretty darn useful. I think it's probably maybe one of the most useful things I've gotten from the asset store. Here you go, manga set of files. This one here, is it possible I can find where I found it. Oh, just a no. I see some menus in English and some labels in Japanese. As a bilingual, what would you say is the language you think in is the most default for you? I would say it's Japanese usually. Like especially when it comes to reactions. I feel like wa sugoi comes out more naturally than wow. Like I feel like when I have more pure, like stronger emotions, it tends to come out in Japanese more. That said, I feel like my vocabulary is usually in it's bigger in English, just because I think at this point I've been my schooling being in English has a big part of it. Is a big part of it. But technically, Japanese is my first language. That's the one I learned first, and I went to kindergarten or preschool. I think preschool. I think I went to American kindergarten. Yeah, preschool was Japanese, but that was like 3 years of my life. Yeah. But like the thing that's going on here is more of the default language that my asset store uses. Anyway, the manga template I use is this one here, manga template. Let me see if I can find it in the asset store. Like a link to it. I'll put it in the YouTube chat, probably. Go into my downloads. I think it's a paid one. It's technically a couple clippies or something. No, wait, is it free? No, it's free. How do I share? How do I share? That. I might even just like post that on my Blue Sky. But this template's like really great for working on comics. Obviously, like you might have to change this stuff in English, so easier to work with. But you can see that you know, when I draw, I have this like green background. I started that habit from this. Basically, it's just a multiply layer that's put on the whole thing, so your eyes don't get tired looking at a completely white screen. Oh my god, dark mode, eyes got blinded by white. Exactly. But I feel like a lot of artists end up like using just the plain white background because they don't think about making your canvas dark mode. But if you're working with black and white, you might as well do that. And then they have things like tone, a set of layers that already have tones going on for it. And then within the tone folder is just like a default white that you can just like add highlights to all the tone stuff. And then this is, it's just a black letter. And then what else do we have here? I think the rest of this is mostly just like names that set up, like this is background, this is the line art, this is like additional details to the line art where you don't want to draw on the line art layer, but you want to add stuff on top of it. It happens a lot. And then I think this is Work-a-thon, which is like the outlines of the panels and stuff. A lot of this template is just like you have the layers named already for you. Effects, thing, just plain thing. And also these things are kind of stacked in a way that makes sense of like what elements should be on top of each other. Like if you would have your character art, and then on top of it, it would be the written sound effects. And then on top of that would be the word bubbles and stuff like that. And then it also has, interestingly though, it places the sketch layer on top first. And then this is also like defaulted to like this red color at 50% opacity. It's also a multiply layer, so you can see on top of your line art. But I feel like having this template to start off with kind of gives me a good idea of just like what my process of drawing should be like. Yeah, and I just discovered today that when you're making a new project file with like multiple pages, you can assign a template like this. So automatically you got all these layers in there. Anyway, I wanted to get this up, so I can start importing some of the background stuff that the storyboards I've been making lately. How do I save this? Export. Export all. Let's do image. Let's just make the zip file. Include annotations, include background image. Good, good. Export. And then let's just save it to files. My iCloud Drive. Should be okay. Let me go download that real quick. Continue. Should probably get more water soon. Hydrate or die. Download file. Extract. Yay. Now I can just start dragging and dropping. Wish I just imported that. Import. Desktop, no, downloads. There you go. Now let me just rasterize this one and then put it in here. Where's the color? It should be monochrome. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do this for a couple of pages and then I'll start adding the wakusen nandakke? The panels. Maybe easier if I just dragged and dropped it. Well, yeah, drag and drop it basically. Take this, copy and paste. Yeah, that works just fine. Can I just do this? There we go. You know, Ekwa, going back to the question about what language I think in, I feel like actually when I'm doing creative work, a lot of times my default language is Japanese too. Like you can see here, I'm writing the text in Japanese. I mean, part of it is because I want to see if I can make this into a comic I can sell on like DL site as a doujin. Boo. My playlist ended? I think it did. More Bossa Nova, please. Let's do another batch. Goes in there, goes in there, and actually we're gonna move this here. I'm pretty confident I'm gonna draw these pages with this layout. Although some of these things I kind of need to scoot in because if I'm making a book out of this, they should not be bleeding into the inner pages like this. Getting back at that, you mentioned that your English vocabulary is more expansive, but your Japanese feels more natural emotionally. If you have to explain the difficult emotional, if you have to explain a difficult emotional topic. Do you feel like that the more instinctual Japanese, the more expansive vocabulary make it easier to explain the topic in one language to the other? Oh, that's a good question. I would say if I'm trying to communicate it to another person, I think I would have a better job at doing that in English. No, I think I get what you mean. Yeah, I think to me, the English would be better because I have more words at my disposal to explain that like topic, an emotional topic. Yeah. Len, welcome back. Yes. I would say it's maybe more of, it's almost like a kind of almost like a personality problem. Not problem, like attitude. Like I feel like because my English vocabulary is more expansive, I might try to take a more explanatory, matter of fact, try to approach it from different angles to communicate it better to the person I'm talking to. Like really think more about like the communication part of it. While if I were to explain in Japanese, I think automatically I would, mostly because of the people I tend to speak in Japanese with, it's my family and it's going to be a lot more casual. I'm going to go into more of a casual speech and kind of focus on how I like, almost like my emotional reaction to the thing, less so how to explain that situation. Like if I have a bad day at work, I feel like I might go into more detail about why, like structurally, the thing that this person did to me feels bad. While in Japanese, I'll be like, もうやんなっちゃうよ. Like, I can't take this. And kind of get emotional in that way. And I think also and the way the conversations play out in Japanese and English are a bit different. Again, the people I'm talking to also play into it too. But usually if I'm talking to my mother about maybe something that happened at work, I'll explain it in a way that's like more, I think, emotion focused. And very clearly like an outlet to express like, release that emotion more than necessarily like explaining it so the other person can understand me. I feel like that also kind of goes into I don't know, like more problem solving oriented conversation versus like emotional connection kind of conversation. Yeah, so and like this is a pretty common thing in when talking about code switching and like between two languages and stuff. And I think a lot of bilingual people have this too, where they kind of feel like they have slightly different personalities when they're speaking one language over another. And I think a lot of that is a demonstration of that, like, you know, language isn't just language; it's also the culture in it too. And then also like the circumstances you use that that language is probably subconsciously kind of embedded in your head. Like when I'm using this language, it's with family. When I'm using the other language, it's with it's in a more professional setting. I would say even in Japanese, you can see it within Japanese, as in like the separation of casual and formal language. I imagine it's very hard for someone to be as freed, like emotionally, when they're speaking in the formal language. Yeah, informal speech, because their mind's kind of like keeping track of like, am I representing the hierarchies of the situation properly? And am I saying all the proper greetings and such? Anyway, how much time do I have on my timer? 3 minutes. Let me get the templates out for these things a bit more. Interesting. I was wondering if the cultural aspect played a role in it as well as you just explained it. It is. Yeah, definitely. I've not played Kalanad. I hear it's good. I haven't really played too many visual novels. I know about a lot of them. Am I trauma dumping with the right honor ethics? So. Am I showing enough respect to my boss as I'm talking about the abuse I endured underneath him? The strategy wiki page is at stage 4 completion. Nice. Does Ace Attorney count as a visual novel? I love those games. I totally count it as a visual novel. Yeah, I feel like Ace Attorney is like you have. I feel like you have RPGs that have very clearly segmented like visual novel dating sim style scenes, and then you have visual novels that have like bits of gameplay, like a mini game or a point-and-click adventure. Or I guess in Ace Attorney's case, it's kind of like, do you through the right pressing, can you get on the right track? Like, can you trigger the right flags? And that in itself is a game. Panel. Except for Ace Attorney 2, that one was kind of crap. I think it's like this, and I'll just shrink that to there. I'll show you like do this. What did it? No, we don't want to do that. Do this though. And probably I can do this. Oh no, I don't want to do that. I can just do this and this. I don't think that's enough space for that. Okay, let's do this. Oh, it's not working? Oh, sorry, must have. Gomen. Sorry, YouTube, gomen. Let's see, what did we start? I think Ace Attorney is a visual novel, yeah. TV Trope says it's a visual novel, okay. Oh, see ya, Yummy. I have a lot of Ace Attorney games on my modded at ES23. Nice! Let's see. A bit of a random question, but I'm currently having a lot of fun with Forza Horizon 6 that is set in Japan. People online notice that when you crash into random trees, they break, but the sakura trees don't break. The rumor claims that it's due to cultural sensitivities on sakura trees. Is that to your knowledge true? I can't believe that. Is that a Japanese game? Oh wait, that's the car one, isn't it? That's right, that's the car one. Yeah. Sakura Boys, no. No, Forza Horizon 6 is a car racing game. I mean, I really wouldn't be surprised if that's like the precaution they took, the devs took. Especially if it's kind of like a big name game like that. Like, especially after the Assassin's Creed Shadows thing, I wouldn't be surprised if that's something that like execs especially are kind of like scared of. It's a huge open world racing game by Microsoft. Lots of love to obscure Japanese racing references. I don't know where the Japanese culture of racing came from. Like, I know there's like, sorry, I'm working with this. You know, there's not Tokyo Drift, Initial D and stuff. If you like cars and car culture, it's great. I wouldn't recommend it to someone who's not into that, unlike something like Ghost of Tsushima that I can recommend to anyone. Oh, okay. This is one for all the car heads out there. Not necessarily the Japan heads. I need to do this, so... Maybe next time I'll adjust the color for the template a bit. It's a little hard to see with the green on green. Make the face a little bit bigger here. Then the research facility thing here. I need to figure out what I'm going to put into this panel with something. Sorry if it's unrelated, but have you seen the pic of that Sonic and Mega Man shaking hands? Maybe? Might have seen it as like a meme image. Mega Man Sonic. Are we talking about this one? Oh, the one where their faces are swapped. Oh, found it. There you go. I feel like Mega Man's is pretty unrecognizable. That's the kind of face I expect a child who is in the cookie jar when he shouldn't be would make. That's one of my friends responds to that pic. The most common origin of Japanese car culture to the West would be the late 80s, 90s. Japanese cars were reliable, low gas consuming, and very low price alternative to the US and EU cars that were more expensive. This also continued with Japanese cars being very turnable, making them attractive to Western consumers who may not be able to afford the high-end US and German cars but still wanted to go fast, especially during the oil crisis. Oh, okay. So it's reliable and low priced and pretty decent at being fast. Japan #1. Let's no, that's not what I wanted. Komawari. Do that there. There. Actually. Probably like that. And then we can... Actually, we can scoot over those a little bit because I can bleed into it there a bit more. Do that. I guess we can just move this here. Anyone have seen the original image in the gaming historian video on Mega Man, the Willy Wars? Okay, then we're gonna rasterize. this, and then we're gonna say goodbye to these layers. Does anyone actually use the panel folder feature in Clip Studio? I swear everyone's like convert it and then just get rid of the actual folders. I think I'm gonna go ahead and make this a little shorter. Rusty pin. It's not. Oh, there we go. That works. And Mega Man 7, the opening accidentally misnames him as Willy? What? What do you mean? How does that happen? How do you misname the main character? Oh, this comment looks like it's turning out well. Also, hi chat, just going back to the mall. Got back from the mall. Oh, how was your trip to the mall? Fun fact, during the hype of the 90s tuning craze, Japanese car manufacturers had a gentleman's agreement to limit their horsepower in advertisement and specification sheets to 280 HP. In reality, some models actually produce 2 to 3 times the amount compared to what was listed in the brochure. Whoa. I'm gonna sleep is oh, it's 10:07 over there. Yeah. Well, have a good night, though. Thanks for visiting. Hope I can see you again soon. Nighty night. The comics so far, just the storyboard that has like the most minimal information. But I like going into the steps of like adding the borders pretty soon, so it kind of makes it feel more like a comic early on, and makes me more motivated to finish it. Mall was fun. Family had fun. We all bought a few clothes and some shoes. It's nice summer. It's a nice summer here. Ah, nice. Get some summer clothes. Maybe a new pair of sandals or a t-shirt. I would stop splurging about cars now. No, it's okay. Give me the car packs. The car lore. I feel like in some ways I know more about Australian hooning culture than a Japanese car culture. Remember Bubsy? Who forgets Bubsy? Never forget. He's unforgettable. New Bubsy's already out. Really? I didn't know they were making more games. Why are they making more games? How does that work? What's the best way to do that? Ah. What program do you use to make comics? That panel editing looks interesting. Yeah, I'm using Clip Studio. I'm using the Clip Studio create frame feature. Let me see if I can just bring that over here. Is it showing up? No, it's not. Darn. Put that back here. Yeah, the create frame feature here. And basically what's nice about it is that you make a frame, right? You first start off with like one big frame. Right? I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be one big frame, but usually it's like that. And then you can go into cut frame border, and then you can specify the gutter spacing. So here I have horizontal, I said it's 150. So every horizontal line is going to be this thickness, and then vertical gutter is going to be this thin 60. And honestly, just having this be constant, like your horizontal gutters are going to be like a thicker size, and then your vertical gutters a thinner size, tends to help make your paneling look nicer. And also another thing when it comes to paneling that I recommend is like, if you ever get, like, if you start wondering what I'm supposed to do, what you're supposed to do with like paneling to begin with, just cut your page into 3 parts, you know, 3 sections, top, middle, bottom, and then just start, you know, if you need to break those parts into halves or thirds to put in the scenes you want, that's good, but usually just having 1, 2, 3 in the middle, and then pulling and squishing or chopping it up into smaller pieces is the way to go. And if you have like more dramatic scenes, like cut it into 2 where one part is like smaller or bigger than the other. You don't have like 2 in general? Kinda. There's a campaign in Koumei, there's campaigns by Koumei Sato, I think Mistake by Pythagoras is worth playing. It should be. I haven't touched Half-Life at all, actually. And that's really helpful. Thanks for the info. I have to check it out. Yeah, I think Clip Studio is like overall like a really helpful tool. Pythagoras. Pythagoras. Okay, okay, okay. Pythagoras. Okay, okay. Oh, okay. I can just do that. Maybe I can delete this part then. Yes, worked. Or maybe I can just drag this down farther. And move this here. We can make that work. Rise. Now we're gonna delete that. I'm gonna delete this. There we go. I'm gonna put it here. And then I say we're gonna get rid of this. Is the child upstairs crying again? Cry loud. Drawing a comic about what? It's probably gonna be a little romance comic, but I'm not 100% sure how much of a year I'll be writing that. You know, if I tap right here, actually, can I make a... That's better. Yeah, let's do that, and then we can clean up here. Is that good? We can be wider. Did that part be cut? ね、ちょっと待って、わかんねえ。I think this is good. I don't know what counts as like good paneling sometimes. I think this is mostly okay. And then sometimes I like just adding bubbles just cause to make it feel more real. It's like hot up here in Minnesota. It's hot in Minnesota. It's actually pretty cool here on the East Coast today. Well, at least my part. Oh, well, it's actually it's up to 70. If it's cloudy, okay. It's a bit hot, but like not burning hot. It's doable. let's see, let's put in... What are the bubbles I want? Hand-drawn bubble, hand-drawn bubble. I don't want the mumble. Here you go, defaults. Have you ever watched Atlantis Lost Empire? No, I haven't. Is that the Disney movie one? God, what was the last Disney movie I even watched? Was it Zootopia 2? It probably was Zootopia 2. I know about it. I watched like 2 episodes of Nadia. Does that count? Yeah, something about Nadia the Secret of Blue Water by the same guy behind Evangelion. Yeah, I've watched a little bit of Nadia. I've been meaning to get back into it, but there's nothing about it being wrong. Wrong being like more of a kids show, but like it's also like I'm an adult now, so not as engaged with it. I think I want to raise. Oh my god. Why does it keep selecting that when I don't want? Can you give a small preview on what your next video is going to be about? Yeah, it's going to be about the Shogakukan scandal that happened in February, where they had to, they better have, but they had to stop a series because an author they had, it was revealed more publicly that this author was had been charged with sexual assault of a minor, and that the publishing house most likely knew about it. At the very least, his editor knew about it and still did it. Tried to hide it from the public and stuff. I want to talk about it and kind of like, what do Japanese publishers, like, what are their responsibility? And more or less kind of just like, is that they're profit motivated at the end of the day, like, obviously. But like, there's also kind of this idea of like, what does like protection of authors really look like, or what does it actually mean? I'm kind of thinking about that. I like Nadia, but the fucking island arc is just so bad. It was the only part that was not handled by the original director, and I highly recommend skipping it. Oh, really? It was that bad? Like I keep hearing about it, but that there's a specific arc that's bad. But I didn't know it was like that miserable Bad. Oh, we're talking about Nadia, Secret of Blue Water. Sounds like an interesting and somewhat hard-hitting topic. I think it'll be interesting since I never heard of the scandal. Yeah, it's pretty horrific, I would say. Like, the contents about the abuse that took place, it was like really bad. I don't want to go into it too much in the like actually describing it and like using that as shock value. But there's like this. I think one of the reasons why it was like really shocking to a lot of people was this publishing house is literally called Shogakukan, and like they take their name off of like elementary school because the publishing company started off as a publisher for really kids media, educational stuff. They are the publishing house that owns Doraemon and Detective Conan, so I remember when the scandal surrounding Nobuhiro Watsuki hit, I feel like I still like Kenshi, but that case still pops up for me every time I watch it. Yeah. The Island King, yeah, arc is that bad. What do you mean the other thing happened with the Tom and Jerry manga? According to Wikipedia. Yeah, and then also the other thing is that like not only was this one author covered up, it was later found out that Nobuhiro Watsuki was actually hired by Shogakukan again. Shogakukan like he was in Shueisha, then Shogakukan picked him up and said, "Here, work for us," and that. He also they had him change his pen name and cover up the fact that it was this guy. And so having this publishing house that historically has been known as like this child media, focused company, they had a whole bunch of other stuff too. Like they had like fashion magazines and seinen comics and stuff too. But it's in the name, and to have such a stance or to take action in this way that seems totally opposite of their values was really shocking. And it like totally, in my view, ruins their image. Have you heard of Retro Achievements? I've not. I don't think so. Looking back to make the movie, nothing that's called Melania. Oh, I did watch a bit of the Melania documentary. She's so sad that her mother passed away. But she is always with us. She is in our hearts. Melania's mom. I only watched like what 20 minutes of the movie, and that was. I swear that was all it was, and all it's going to be about. How sad she is. Is that what we're talking about? She talked about her mom and not Jimmy Carter when he died. Yeah, that's right. Only like 20 minutes of the movie, so yeah, but it was painful. She made it all about herself. And I get like, I get that like English is her second language, right? And I don't want to like, you know, I'm not making fun of her accent or stuff like that, or maybe or like a limited vocabulary or anything like that. But the way she like did jobs, like, you know, about decorating the White House or choosing an outfit for an event and stuff, and she would talk to like the designers who was working with her. The way she would like respond and like show input of like into like decision making and stuff, a lot of it was just like repeating the last word that these people said, or like just a one keyword to show that they were following conversation. It just felt like, what are you actually doing? I was about to comment that, David. It's a solid snake technique. That is a solid snake technique. Nanomachines. Mantis. Oh my god, I keep dragging the wrong one. Go. I'm gonna merge that. Actually, it should be like this. Like be like this. Really, Schwarzenegger is really interesting case study of someone who doesn't quite grasp the language yet. He must have been an accident as a kid. Why do conservatives love repeating shit? Demon King, Secret Stone? I think I have like one more speech bubble, yeah, that I wanted to put in there. Let's stick this in there. I'm gonna squish that. I'll adjust it later when I actually put in text, of course. Yeah, I've barely drawn anything, but it feels like I have a comic already. The power of paneling and speech bubbles. If AP is miserable, don't watch. 12-hour video? Yeah. We stopped making video essays that are 10 hours long now, right? Unless I missed something. Putting bubbles here? Probably. Just dump a whole bunch of them here, actually. Bit. One of the guys is was right. It was an anti-wokester. Purposely making these a little wobbly looking. This one's a little too wobbly. At least that's fine. And then stick in this. Put it in here. Maybe more like here. Merge selected layers. Stick this in here. You got a copy of Eco somewhere? No, I don't. Got a PS3 though? No, I don't have a PS3 actually, now that I think about it. At least not on me. A technically a PS4? Used a PS5 a lot. And then we need beach bubble rectangle. Can you emulate it? I have run the most demanding PS2 game only just for just a mid-range GPU. Yeah, I'll probably emulate it. Only on just a mid-range CPU, damn. Oh, yeah. No, I'll most likely just... That sounds like a game I would emulate. Although sometimes I get a little paranoid about emulating stuff, so I feel like I should buy like a copy off of eBay first and then emulate it. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna do a couple more panels. And then I'm gonna, I think, sign off for the day. Got some work done. Like, my mind is in writing mode for this thing now, for this video, but I think I need to sleep on it a little bit. Get my mind juices working. If the original company behind it doesn't get paid, like with the secondhand market, I am pirating it and I won't feel bad about it in any way. Yeah. Rasterize and then single. While I was doing the storyboards on my iPad, I was thinking this might be too few frames, but I think it's actually fine. Over here, and then And then we're gonna take this, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna extend. Oops, wrong thing. Game. Delete. Add it here. Almost done with paneling these things. I imagine this is the type of thing that assistants are hired to do. Do, 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 do. Oh, wrong layer. Okay, almost there. I might want to add an extra panel here, maybe? Actually not sure. You mentioned earlier in the stream that you have some knowledge of the manga publishing side. Do you happen to know if there are licensing timeframes involved with publishing? It always baffles me how English manga licenses don't offer print on demand for a series they on the license do but are not in print. I imagine with like I don't know about like printing time frames and licensing time frames. But if I remember right, like I just did some reading up on this, but like this specifically is like actually it's an American publishing house, but and you know they do manga translation and stuff, but they take a bunch of they work with a whole bunch of Japanese publishers, and so I imagine something like that, and the changes in manga publication and the global appeal of it, and I think the publishers in Japan wanting to get more profit out of that than, let's say, like Viz might have to do something with it to some extent. I don't know if that's like the real thing, like the main thing, but I feel like that's a possible explanation. And then just like the meme of don't pirate our stuff, well then make it easier for us to get it in overseas, and then angry face. That meme comes into play, where the Japanese publishers actually don't do a good job making it accessible for a global audience. I feel like sometimes Japanese publishing treats like IP almost more ephemeral, like comics as more ephemeral than they are. When they don't have to be. Stop pirating this, or stop selling this. Rah! And then maybe I can add a couple of boxes here. You can take my torrents from my colded hands. Save, and then I think this one is also a bunch of boxes, so I can add that in here too. Going to sleep, good night, and good luck with your work. Thanks, Anna! I'll be logging off very shortly too. And I'll see you tomorrow. Another day of work. My work-a-thon. Streaming 6 hours? No, okay. Not too bad. I will figure out the right size for these panels eventually. Alright, let's see, save this. Let me turn on the layers here, make it look nice. Alright. Okay! Oh. Just realized. There you go. There you go. Oh, it's George Floyd Day? Damn, it's that time of the year. It's been 6 years. No. Yeah, I was in Minneapolis when that happened too. I was also like, as a Minneapolitan, yeah, it really hits close too. Yeah. Were you here? Were you home? Yeah, I was at home? Yeah, when I wasn't out, because like that was like also COVID time, right? The tensions were high there because like just the whole thing is gruesome and horrible. And then they were obviously like protests and stuff. I was in a school group to City Hall. Oh, like when it happened? Damn. Yeah, I think I was just home because I didn't have to go out. And then I think a couple of friends did go to a protest. And like with COVID and stuff, there's that part that makes it kind of scary. Worried about people. I asked Jacob for a hard-hitting question about homeless people. This was a few weeks ago. Gmail chunks up a lot of memory. He wasn't in support of rent control? Ah. His responses were, the best way to combat hopelessness is by getting people homeless rather than short-term fixes. The number of shelters has been drastically increased. Addiction is a major problem. They focus on each person as an individual. It's really rainy here where I am, where there's been rainy for about a week and it continues tomorrow too, I think. Yeah, it's really rainy here too. Hopefully it's not raining here right now. It sounds like he budgeted for like affordable housing, but said no to like rent control. Oh, yeah. Not a fan of that latter decision. All right, I think I gotta get going. So, yeah, I'll be here probably around the same time tomorrow. Gonna start off a bit early, like 11 my time. I gotta get going. What else? Yeah, more writing probably tomorrow. Hopefully I can get like a good draft done. I think today was a lot of just reading up on things and trying to like put my thoughts into words, and then tomorrow hopefully I can just like put all those words on a doc. She's skeptical about the claims the shelter is being increased. Yeah, like Amira can put it in like a budget, but whether it actually goes into that. Weird we'd say that short-term fixes ain't great. I mean, you gotta have both, right? Yeah, I was thinking like, what's going on there? I thought shelters are short-term fixes. Alright then guys, I will see you tomorrow. Hope you have a good rest of the day. Happy Memorial Day, and I'll see you very soon. Janne, bye bye.